Well, a very good morning and welcome to the European Open for women here in Warsaw. Before we get underway, let me just tell you that we've got a second competition taking place. It's the European Open for men. That's taking place in Prague if you're interested in watching that one. But we are delighted to have your company here, all the EJU IT team and all of the EJU team bringing you this competition here today. Actually, we've got a very special event taking place later this year. It's the EJU training camp and festival that takes place in Porridge. Let's take a look at that before we get underway with the competition.
Everybody must come in here, this training camp.
You have the best recovering place, the best tatami, everything is very well, a lot of partners.
It's very good training camp. Next year only, and me come back. See you.
See you next year.
Это очень хорошее место. В следующем году жду всех здесь.
Who like judo, festival, here is the best situation in the world.
Shoulders with the superstars of European Judo in Porridge at the EJU Judo Festival in June. Right, to the matter at hand, and that is this European Open. 4 weight categories for women that we've got to bring to you today. The under 48, under 52, under 57 and under 63 kilo weight categories. Let's start by taking a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 48 kilo category. Edna Carrillo of Mexico is the number 1 seed. The number 2 seed is Laetitia Payet of France. The number 3 seed is teammate Aurora Clemons of France. And the number 4 seed, Violeta Dumitru of Romania. The really big battle here is between both the French fighters. They're in the lower half of the draw. Laetitia Payet, 26 on the IJF World Ranking List. Aurora Clemons, number 33, both battling away for that 1 place at the Olympic Games. In the under 52 kilo category, the number 1 seed is Adyasembu Solman of Mongolia. Her teammate is the number 2 seed here, Munkbata Bundmar. So the real head-to-head will be between that pair. Again, this is really all about scoring, enough points to qualify for the Games. Number 18 on the world ranking list, number 21, the 2 Mongolians respectively. The number 3 seed is Christian Legentil of Mauritius, and the number 4 seed, Agata Perry of Poland. In the under 57 kilo category, the number 1 seed is Yadenis Amaris of Colombia. The number 2 seed is Arleta Podolak of Poland. The number 3 seed is Shoshana Herfondian of the Ukraine, and the number 4 seed is Concepcion Bellerin of Spain. In the under 63 kilo category, the number 1 seed is Sendayush Senanadmed of Mongolia. The number 2 seed is Marta Labatina of Russia. The number 3 seed is Isabel Pouchet of Spain, and the number 4 seed is Jennifer Viches of the Netherlands. Right, we're going to start with the action on mat number 1, and the opening contest there is in the under 48 kilo category. It features Mira Ulrich of Germany. She's up against Anfisa Kapayeva of Belarus. It'll be Ulrich in the white judogi Kapayeva in blue. Sit back and enjoy the action. Well, the fighters are ready to get underway in the opening contest. A lot of the focus for most of these fighters will be in qualifying for the games. There's so much tension for those for whom there's still something in it. And then you've got a second group. Actually, there are three groups. The first group is that one who we're focusing on, the ones who still have a chance of qualifying for Rio. There are quite a few fighters here searching for those points. The second group are a young group who are developing, and these are good tournaments for them to attend in their quest to establish themselves in the national team, in their national setup, with an eye to the next 4-year cycle and that next games, which will be in Tokyo in 2020. It seems like a hell of a long way away, but this is part of that process. And then there's a third group, those fighters who are slightly more mature. I'm not going to say older, but they're a little bit longer in the tooth. They've been around for a while, and although they remain in the national setup, Rio is not really on for them, and Tokyo is a bridge too far, so they're just kind of finishing off their time in the national setup. They are here as well, and they can cause quite a few problems for the younger fighters. Those ones are a little bit more experienced. Both of these fighters, however, Ulrich in the white judogi and Kapayeva in blue, are younger fighters, so they are quite clearly the future, or part of the setup anyway, because you've got, well, the Germans have been looking for someone at 48, under 48 kilos for quite some time. They, if truth be told, they're having a bit of a hard time of nailing down someone in that weight category and saying, okay, this is who we want, and this is what we expect of you. The 48 kilo category has been difficult for them to come up with someone. I think Sonja Wert is probably the highest rated of the German fighters, and even she is unlikely to gain sufficient enough points to qualify, so the Germans are going to miss out on that under 48 kilo category again. Minute and a half left to go. A little bit tired and lazy looking effort there on the left side by Kapayeva. Didn't get the feet moving. Just a little bit off the pace there. Ulrich, she picks up a Judo for passivity. Gonna have to get going here. Nice little effort at Tanio Toshi. Doesn't quite bring Kapayeva down onto the scoring part of her body, so misses out on the score. Bit of work for the German to do in this last minute then, shaping again for that Tanio Toshi, and as she feels that pressure from Ulrich, Kapayeva throws in that low left-sided Ippon Seoinage. Still at single Shido. And looming large now against Ulrich. And when she gets back to her feet here, there's going to be a degree of desperation as she tries to come up with a score, or else it's an early end to Ulrich's visit. And in pressing forward, she gives up the Wazari. Well, Kapayeva was in the lucky position of being able to just step back a little bit and allow Ulrich to come onto her. And in the end, the scoreboard looks a little bit flattering for the Belarusian. And a single Shido against Ulrich changed the nature of the contest, and she had to press forward, and in her efforts to try and close Kapayeva down, she opened herself up, and Kapayeva took advantage of the oncoming Ulrich to throw with that little Ippon Seanagi for Wazari, and that was that. And Fisa Kapayeva goes into the next round, and the search for an under 48 kilo category fighter continues for the Germans. Coming up next on mat 1, Luz Alvarez of Colombia faces Melanie Clement of France. It's Alvarez in the white judogi, Clement in blue, and another country who are struggling to find a 48 kilo fighter, the French. It's not that they don't have numbers from which to choose, it's just that their choices are not coming up with the goods. And the likes of Laetitia Payet, Amandine Bouchard, Aurora Clements, who's on the mat now, they're all languishing down there in the lower 20s or upper 30s. So the chances of the French qualifying someone at 48 are not that great. They don't have a fighter qualified in this weight as yet, so a bit of work for the French to do. They're leaving it quite late. Everyone's going to be rushing to collect points. Best placed fighter at the moment is Laetitia Payet. She's up at 26 on the IJF World Ranking list. And she's here today. She's the number 2 seed. The number 1 seed is Edna Carrillo of Mexico. So we'll see how Laetitia Payet gets on. As far as the seeding is concerned, we should be looking at seeing a tiny French woman in the final, but hey, doesn't always work out that way. There are a few people in that lower half of the draw that might have something to say about that. Clements might be one of them. You never know. They could meet in the semi-final if things work out for them. Clements is in Pool D and Payet is in Pool C, so there's a possible matchup in the semi-final. Clements will have to get past Kraft of Austria. But that's all in the lower half of the draw. Teammate Melanie Clement is up in the top half, actually in Pool A, and if she can squeeze past Luz Alvarez, she'll face Maria Pedziskaya of Russia in round 2. A little over a minute and a half left to go. Alvarez has picked up 2 penalties. It's a little bit tentative from Alvarez, given the state of the contest. We saw in the previous contest Ulrich open up as the penalty on the board that was given against her began to tell. Well, at some stage, Alvarez is going to have to get going here because she's picked up a third penalty. So it's all or nothing now. Clement in the driving seat, just coasting here. She won't mind picking up 1 or 2 penalties. She'll take that any day of the week. Or the weekend, as the case may be. No real pressure from Alvarez here. 20-odd seconds. Hasn't shown any real aggression or positive intent to get a score on the board. You've got 3 penalties against you. You come all the way from, a different continent. You've got to offer up something better than a one-handed right-sided effort where you drop to your knees. Some money been spent on the air tickets and hotels and stuff. If I was the coach, I'd be going absolutely mental here. I really would. It's not as though she's come up against one of the top seeds either in the competition and was overawed or got smashed off the mat. Oh well.
First off, for women under 48 kilo. In blue for Belgium, Anne-Sophie Judo. In white for Portugal,
So,
Diogo.
an unfortunate contest for Alvarez. Shut out by Melanie Clement of France. Clement, as I said, goes through to round 2. Will face Pedziskaya of Russia. Let's hope we solicit something a little bit more exciting from Joanna Diogo of Portugal. She faces Anne-Sophie Jura of Belgium. It's Diogo in the white judogi, Jura in blue. The winner of this contest will face Milica Nikolic of Serbia in round 2. I think even though we haven't got, some of the top fighters here, admittedly, that's okay. You've got a keen group of fighters here who should produce some exciting judo. There's going to be enough in it for them. A few youngsters, inexperienced, but the rest of them, well, they should be eager to try and get wins here. It's an important little competition for those who are edging their way close to qualification. They need to medal here. The very least that you're going to want to do is to come away with a medal. And a nice shimiwaza there. Diogo getting caught by Anne-Sophie Jura of Belgium. Neat execution of that Sangaku Jime. There you go, that's all you want, isn't it? Sharp piece of work on the ground. We've got the first of the contests in the under 52 kilo category now. Let's see who it is that we're going to see. Dorota Szmowecka of Poland faces Maria Bujok of Ukraine. Szmowecka in the white judogi and Bujok in blue. She's a compact, tough little fighter, is Maria Bujok, and slightly underrated, I think. Polish fighter's going to have to be watchful here. She's got nice Sode Tsurikomigoshi, the tiny Polish fighter. Sort of powerfully built little frame for a 52-kilo fighter, if any of the 52-kilo fighters can be called powerfully built. Although I'd have to say that Kozyutina and Mylinda Kelmendi come into that kind of group. They're both, you know, not heavy at 52 kilos, but well, but a second penalty picked up by Smorzewska. Untidy bit of work from the Polish fighter to be penalised twice for wandering out of the area within the first minute. Looked to go over on the left side there, but lost contact, and here's an attempted shimiwaza from Buyok. Yeah, she's had to tap out. And a second shimiwaza in a row. Yeah. Well, at least she didn't go out. That's one thing. Just trying to gather herself now. I mentioned that she was powerfully built. Powerful application of that shimiwaza ends Smorzewska's day pretty early on. 15 minutes and party done. Right, who have we got coming up next? Ines Beischmidt of Germany faces Zenia Belyagina of Kyrgyzstan. Beischmidt in the white judogi, Belyagina in blue. Well, let's hope for her sake that Beischmidt has better luck than her teammate Ulrich. Ulrich went out in the first round. You just need a little bit more action. Belyagina picks up a penalty for avoiding to take a grip. Polish referee not hanging around in dishing out that Shido. That is Alexandra Osman in the middle. Saw her at breakfast this morning with her a little boy. He must be about 4 or 5 months old. She was off for a while to have a baby. She's got a little boy called Bruno. Was at the breakfast. Got nothing to do with the contest though. just thought I'd mention it. Gives that human touch to the referee, doesn't it? You know. Single Shido against Belyagina still on the board, 250 odd left to go. Beischmidt hasn't really done a great deal, needs to get going, and Belyagina probably showing why Beischmidt hadn't been able to come up with anything. That grip was an illegal grip and just blocking Beischmidt by holding on to one side. Closing down Beischmidt's attacking options, and Belyagina picked up a second penalty. 2.5 minutes left to go. We've got the under 57 kilo category coming up after this. So a nice spread so far. We've already seen a couple of contests in the 48 kilo category, the 52, we'll have the 57 next, and then we'll go for 63 at some stage, I suppose. Yeah, she's going to pick up another penalty. Belyagina should be a bit careless with the competition area. Oh, she's got no choice here. To give a third penalty. It's a long way to come to go through a learning process. And we saw that with Alvarez, Colombian, picked up a few penalties, and now we're seeing it with Beldiagino. They're unnecessary errors. And I'll keep referring to tennis. In tennis, you have unforced errors where you try and push it a little bit and, you know, do something wrong. Well, in judo, it's the opposite way around. You don't do enough. You pick up penalty as well. Beldiagino has done a few things here, and it resulted in her being 3 Shidos down with 1:20 left to go. Schmidt picks up a penalty, trying to help the Kyrgyz fighter out. Tried to go over on the right side, but the feet were a bit late in getting there. She managed to turn the shoulders, but couldn't quite get the feet in the right place. Ooh. Oh. Oh, an error by Schmidt there resulted in Beldiagino coming up with that little counter, just a push down. And there was enough taking over control of Schmidt's movement and then taking control of Schmidt on the way down for the referee to decide that that was worth Wazari. So that's the lead for Beldiagino, having been 3 penalties down. Schmidt found a way of gifting the contest to the Kyrgyz fighter. Not going to worry about getting pushed out either. Xenia Beldiagino of Kyrgyzstan it is, who goes through to round 2. Right, coming up next, Timna Nelson Levy of Israel faces Maria Skora of Ukraine. It's Nelson Levy in the white judogi and Skora in blue. Our first look at the under 57 kilo category. Going on along nicely here. Skora picks up a penalty. Single Shido against the Ukrainian. Yeah, second penalty picked up by Skora. Looked away from the screen for a moment, and there was a second penalty. Minute and a half left to go. Still looking for the first score here. A reasonable Uchimata effort. Couldn't come up with the Ochigari on the way down. Would have threatened Nelson Levy a little bit more. She tried to come up with the Kojigari, but looks weak now, Skora. She just didn't stand up to that last effort there. Half a minute for Skora to come up with the score. Ran the risk there with that Koso Tagaki. Got caught, and Nelson Levy took control of that. Wazari on the way down, and now the Yosai Komi as well to finish things off with Kazuri Yoko Shiogatami. Well, she gave it a go. She had to run the risk there. What with 2 penalties on the board, 30 seconds to go. Skora decided to throw everything at it, got caught, and then got wrapped up on the ground. Timna Nelson Levy of Israel it is who goes into round 2 of the under 57 kilo category. Okay, coming up next here on mat number 1 is Carla Grohl of the Netherlands. She faces Julia Kowalczyk of Poland. Meanwhile, down on mat number 2, Anna Borowska of Poland faces Maya Greenberg. We're going to stick here. We'll wait until Tatiana Kozenyuk comes on, and then we'll go down there. Let's stick with Carla Grohl in the white judogi and Julia Kowalczyk of Poland. Grohl in the white judogi, Kowalczyk in blue. Carla Grohl's been off for a while. We haven't seen her since Samson last year. A few injuries have put paid to her progress, but she's back on the mat now. Let's hope that she's healthy and the injuries are behind her. Mark Hazinger of the Netherlands is in the chair for Carla Grohl. Couldn't hope for a better and bigger supporter. So see how Grohl gets on here. Well, penalties are coming thick and fast here. Inside the first minute, 3 penalties given out. Grohl's picked up 1 and Kowalczyk 2. Have to tidy things up. Yeah. Yeah, well, it's unfortunately very untidy. 4 penalties, and still more than half the contest still to come. So neither of these fighters able to manage things the way they would like. Yeah, reasonable effort from Grohl on the right side. It's first sign of something positive coming out of this. Let's see if Grohl gets back to her feet, whether she can finish this off now. 3rd penalty picked up by Kowalczyk. Can't give this away now by picking up another penalty. Those little foot taps aren't really doing anything, and you know, Grohl should have avoided that. She was much better just attacking on the right side there with the Harai Goshi. The foot taps weren't really doing anything, and Kowalczyk came in with that big Ojigari, and now it's going to be... Well, the problem for Kowalczyk is that she can't defend that Wazari by backing off. She's already picked up 3 penalties here. Grohl just needs to keep up the attacks. There can't be a great deal of energy left in the tank from Kowalczyk, and if Grohl can just step on the gas here, really keep up the attacks, Kowalczyk will pick up a 4th penalty. That's the most likely thing to happen here. Mind you, time's running out pretty quickly. The problem for Grohl is that she hasn't got a great deal left in the tank. She hasn't been able to come up with 3, 4, 5 attacks, all Korean style. Not really doing a great deal, but just drawing the referee into giving that last penalty, which he isn't going to do now. Either a step out or a false attack. The only way that will happen. And almost came up with a counter there. Well, just squeezed her way past. But what's the point in kicking her leg? You know, it doesn't do anything. She had some really good attacks on the right-hand side, did Grohl, and those were the best efforts. And that direction would have slowed Kowalczyk down. That was the better bet. Even trying to draw her into Neerwaza and burn up some of the clock, that would have been better. Oh well, not quite there yet, Carla Grohl. Julia Kowalczyk came up with that nice little, well, I'm going to call it a combination because she had the little Kojigari and then the Ojigari right-sided for the score. And that was enough to take the contest. Carla Grohl back on the mat, but not yet back to winning ways. Coming up next, Safo Çoban of Germany. She's up against Miriam El Harachouni of Morocco. It's Çoban in the white judogi, Harachoui in blue. Let's go down quickly to mat number 2 because we did say that we'd take a look at Tatiana Kazenyuk. She's just taken to mat 2. It's our first look down at the fighters on mat number 2. Still in the under 57 kilo category. She faces Victoria Majrovsova of Slovakia. Kazenyuk in the white judogi. Majrovsova in blue. I'll keep an eye to see what happens with Choban, but I suspect that the German is the favourite down on mat number 1. We may have to come back there. But let's see what happens with Tatiana Kazenyuk, because Kazenyuk is not the number 1 pick at under 57 kilos for the Russians. I shall tell you who that privilege belongs to if I can get my... Yeah, it is. Irina Zabludina is in the driving seat for the Russians. Mind you, she isn't direct qualified. She's hanging on to that continental quota position at the moment, which is a very tenuous thing to do. You really want to try and get in that top 14. Kazenyuk hasn't had the same kind of picks or selections that Zabludina has. So quite a way off the pace. Anastasia Konkina actually heads her at 53, and then you've got Kazenyuk down at 54. So quite a way off the pace as far as qualification is concerned. That's not on the cards. Nice Ojigari. Tried to follow it up with Uchimata, and then another Ojigari effort. And after that, Majrovsova draws a second penalty, this time for passivity. 2:20 odd left to go. That was a poor effort there, wasn't it? She just blocking here, and she just wandered off the area. She'll pick up a third penalty here. Yeah, problems for the Slovak here, as Kazenyuk threatens with strong grips. And just wandering off again here. Problems for Majrovsova. She's going to get a fourth penalty, and that'll be the end of it. Oh dear. Not the best of efforts from Majrovsova. Unable to cope with the pressure brought about by Kazenyuk, and it's the Russian who goes into round 2. Let's go back down to mat number 1 then. Let's see how Safo Choban is getting on against El Harachoui of Morocco. And it's the Moroccan who leads by Wazari with 1 minute and 20 odd left to go. Problems then for Choban as she tries to deal with the Moroccan. Well, the winner will face Julia Kowalczyk of Poland. We saw Kowalczyk defeating Carla Grohl a few minutes ago. So nice effort there. Comes up with a yuko on the right side, a second score by Choban. And now Choban working on the shimiwas. I think this is a good idea. She's good on the ground. And that one going against the face, or across the face, so the referee called mate. Chance now for Choban, 46 seconds left to go. Let's see what power is left in the tank for El Harachoui. She came up with a good score. I'm going to find out if she's got enough to get past. Well, that's it now. Choban coming up with a score. She wasn't able to keep the German out. Eventually doing enough. It's a third yuko, but the Osaikomi is on anyway. That'll do now. He's got to hold on tight. That'll be enough now. Well, we know Choban's skills in Nevaza. She demonstrated them there. And when she needed to, the going got tough. The little German got going. So there you go. She's safely through to the next round, having had that initial scare, giving up Wazari early on. El Aracho, he couldn't hold on to it. Choban it is who goes into round 2. She'll face Julia Kowalczyk of Poland. Right, what have we got coming up for you next then? Concepcion Bellorin of Spain faces Anastasia Shevchenko of Ukraine. It's Bellorin in the white judogi, Shevchenko in blue.
Spain, coaching in the lane.
Bellerin picked up the penalty just to get things going. It's amazing how quickly some of the fighters are able to get negative equity on the board, if you like. Irina Dolgova of Russia walking past in the background. We haven't got the pleasure of her company today. I strongly suspect if we did, we have a very, very difficult opponent to beat. She's taking a rest from the competition. Maria Pedzeskaya, her teammate, is here. She's the flag bearer, if you like, for the Russians, and she's in round 2. We'll see how she gets on. Shevchenko has picked up a penalty now as well, so both fighters have been penalised once each. Shevchenko keen to get involved in Nevaza, Bellerin deciding against it. "29 competitors in this weight category." I'll just run through quickly now that I've mentioned that. May as well tell you how many were in the others. 21 fighters in the under 48 kilo category. 19 in the under 52. 29 in the under 57 kilo category, that's the category we're watching now, and 21 in the under 63 kilo category. Good numbers. And reasonable level. A second penalty picked up by Shevchenko there. That hasn't helped her case, has it, with a minute and a half left to go. We got the line-up for the second round. We have in the 48 and the 52. I might run through that actually whilst we're looking at Bellerin and Shevchenko. In the under 48 kilo category, Karillo and Kapayeva, Petiskaya, Clement, Dmitry and Mounier, Nikolic and Yura, Payet and Pup, Minska and Nakayenka, Clements and Kraft, Renix and Osoyano. That's the 48 kilo category. And in the under 52 kilo category, Adia Sambu Solman and Gerazimenka, Luz Oliveira of Mexico and Maria Buiak of Ukraine, Perenk and Ioano, Stankiewicz and Beldiaganina. We saw her at the Kyrgyz fight. That's a good contest there for Stankiewicz. She could do that. Munkbatan Volslag, Pienkovska, Nikolescu, Lejontil, Stakova, Florian, Jabo. We haven't seen Jabo or Florian or Stakova or Lejontil. They all were lucky enough to have buys into round 2. And we haven't had the under 63 kilo category yet. 2 penalties picked up by Shevchenko, just the one against Conchi Bellerin. And it's looking like Bellerin here. 16 seconds left to go. Shevchenko with her back up against the wall here. Got to come up with a score. Missed their left-sided. Missed again. A little bit of a slip at the end, and that'll do for Shevchenko, unfortunately. Gave it a little bit of a dash towards the end there, but 2 penalties against her was enough to send Concepcion Bellerin through to round 2. And out goes Shevchenko. Wasn't a bad effort from the Ukrainian, to be honest. But Bellerin proving that little bit too difficult for the Ukrainian to handle. On mat 1 now in the under 57 kilo category. Nitsan Miron of Israel faces Diana Kiskel of Lithuania. It's Miron in the white judogi and Kiskel in blue. The winner of this will face Concepcion Bellerin in round 2. $11 start here. I wonder if they started any earlier in Prague. I mentioned at the beginning of the program that there was another competition taking place today. That's the men's event in Prague. We've just got the women here. They are underway with that competition in Prague. Gambold Kurland had a bye in his first round. Robert Shvidobadze had a bye in his first round. Pavel Petrikov a bye in his first round, as did Yassin Muditir. Those are the top 4 seeds in the under 60 kilo category, so no news yet there. But news in the under 66 kilo category. The number 1 seed there, Dmitry Shershan, has lost his opening contest to the Mongolian Munktur Ganbold. Munktur Ganbold knocking out the number 1 seed, Dmitry Shershan of Belarus, in the opening round. The number 2 seed, Dovdon Altansuk, had a bye into the second round, so he's yet to fight. And the number 3 seed there, David Laros, well, he also had a bye. The number 4 seed, Andras Yereb, won his opening contest, defeating Maxim Junghanel of Germany. So Yereb safely through to round 3. That's in the under 66 kilo category. Just have a quick look at what's happening in the under 73 kilo category. The number 1 seed, Hasan Vanlioglu of Turkey, has won his opening contest, defeating the very difficult Volodymyr Soroka of Ukraine. Vanlioglu will face Jan Gojewski of Great Britain in round 3. Gojewski, originally born in Poland, he won a bronze medal here, I think last year, at the European Open. Big chair went up for him. He was originally born in Poland. Andre Alves of Portugal is the number 2 seed. He lost his opening contest to another Pole, Damian Szwanowicki. So Alves out. And then the number 3 seed, Sergei Drebo, lost his opening contest to Augusto Meloni of Italy. So a few of the seeds falling there, as did Jaromir Jacek of the Czech Republic. That's a big disappointment for the Czech home fans to lose their under 73 kilo star in their opening contest. He lost out to Georgios Azoidis of Greece. Okay, that's a little bit of information on the men's competition. They're lovely. Sutemi was there by Diana Kiskel of Lithuania to score Wazari against Nitsan Merion of Israel. It's Miskel who leads now with 1.5 minutes left to go. That was a really nice piece of work. Nice Sutemi was there. Well, they've started the under 63 kilo category down on mat number 3. Geert van den Berg of the Netherlands is up against Daniela Kazanoy of Belarus. Down on mat number 3. There's no score. Sorry, mat number 2. There's no score in that contest yet, but Kazanoy's picked up a penalty. You can see that just in the corner of your screen there. Geert van den Berg with Osai Komi against Kazanoy. It's going on mat number 2 if you want to watch that one. Actually, you can just watch it from here, can't you? No need to go down there, you can see it all. Wazari still the lead for Diana Kiskel. She picks up a 3rd penalty with 20-odd seconds left to go. Problems for the Lithuanian, because there's still a chance that she could gift this to Meron. Single error will put her out, so got to be careful here. Diana Kiskel managing to stay on her feet and squeezing past Nitsan Meron of Israel. It's Kiskel into round 2 of the under 57 kilo category. She'll face Concepcion Bellerin. Taking to the mat and bringing about a nice round of applause was Karolina Talach of Poland. She faces Iris Ivema of the Netherlands. That's happening on the adjoining mat. We're going to stay here. We may as well stay here and see Jacqueline Lisson of Germany. She's up against Anna Kuzyulina of Kazakhstan. Lisson in the white judogi. Kuzyulina in blue. We'll stay here and watch the under 57 kilo category. We've got our own pool of the under 63 kilo category coming up here in a few fights time, so no need to go jumping around too much. We'll have Anna Zizak of Poland and Ivana Komlasiova of Slovakia coming up soon, although I fancy that we're going to move to mat 2 soon. I'll let you know, because Letitia Payet of France will be up against Papareka of Hungary soon. That's round 2. That'll be a good contest. That's probably one of the best contests in store in the under 48 kilo category. That's a tough little contest there. I'll let you know when that comes up, and then we'll go down there. But for the time being, we're watching Lisson in the white judogi, Kuzyulina in blue. No score yet. Half a minute gone. Kuzyulina leading by Yuko here after this little Makikomi effort. I'm going to call it Makikomi. Hands got tied up there a little bit. There's the effort again. That's how it looked. Doesn't come off this time. Lisson behind her German teammates, Miriam Roper and Viola Wächter. They're the two Germans who kind of rule the roost at under 57 kilos. Lisson is looking for a place when the pair of them move on. Kuzyulina picking up a penalty for a false attack, and then just having a little problem with the right foot. Kazakh teammates watching on, a couple of them standing up and giving some advice. Oh, get caught there though. Rosari, and then the Osai Komi. She's going to tap from there. Decided didn't fancy hanging about on the ground there, and teammates able to sit down now and just relax a little bit. Nice bit of work from Jacqueline Lisson, throwing for Wazari and then finishing off in Osai Komi. Okay, Jacqueline Lisson into round 2. Coming up next on mat number 1, Anna Righetti of Italy faces Magdalena Miller of Poland in blue. It's Righetti in the white judogi, Miller in blue. Last of the first round contest in the under 57 kilo category. We'll have another Polish fighter on after this, but it'll be in the under 63 kilo category. Yeah, we could stick around here. But I'm looking at Letizia Payet and Pup Recker, the French and the Hungarian. I think that will be a good contest. That's coming up next. In fact, rather than settle down and watch Righetti and Miller, let's go down to mat number 2, because taking to mat number 2, it's round 2 of the under 48 kilo category. Letizia Payet of France faces Pup Recker of Hungary. It's Payet in the white judogi, Payet in the right judogi, and Pup in blue. An exceptionally difficult contest, first contest for Pup Recker. Mind you, Letizia Payet had a bye into this round. Pup defeated Joanna Stankiewicz of Poland in round 1. Let's see how the young Hungarian gets on with the slightly more experienced Letizia Payet of France. Payet also took time off to have a baby. Got a little girl called Bella. Showed me a picture of her yesterday, all racing around and busy now, just as mum is trying to secure the shimiwaza. Gonna work on the head now. Turnover's a better proposition here. If she can just squeeze that right leg out. Just want to make sure that she doesn't give up the head, and when the leg comes out, Pup will be off. Good defense from the Hungarian, and the referee has to call mate. That's a nice bit of judo there. Both fighters doing exactly what they needed to. Payet working away on the head and trying to get the leg out at the same time, but Pup, good defense and a little effort on the right side there with the Makikomi. It didn't come off. Pup managed to block that. You just have to be careful if she puts a little bit more into the throwing effort. Pup could come up with a counter there because she was shaping into that counter very, very quickly. So I suspect that the Hungarian knows about that right-sided little Makikomi or Uchimata Makikomi effort that Payet has, and she's waiting for it and looking for the counter. Missed with the attempted Ippon Seoinage, trying to drag her opponent onto her back. That didn't come off. Still a single Shido against Pup. That's going to tell for her if she's not careful. I know there's still 2 minutes to go, but just want to make sure that you don't give Payet any opening. Technically really well prepared, all the French team, and this is one of the better of the French fighters here. A little effort at spinning her opponent into Ashiwaza, and now again a chance on the ground. She'll take this because she wants to burn as much time on the clock, and another attempted turnover here. It's the turnover that she's interested in, not the shimiwaza. Again, the foot well and truly trapped by Pup, and this one is going nowhere. The referee gives them a couple of seconds and decides it's not happening, so calls mate. And there's a minute and a half left to go. Just wants Payet to tidy things up. You know, she's just doing enough, isn't she, Payet, to frustrate Pup, and Pup picks up a second penalty. Got the habit of just flicking her hair off her face, but just by nodding the head. And I can't remember who it was that said, one of the coaches came along, I think it was the Korean coach Chung, who when he saw one of his fighters doing that, went into his bag and pulled out scissors and came back and cut the hair off and said, now you don't have to flick your head anymore. That's brutal. And it's Payet who commits an error by stepping off the mat now, just giving Pup a little bit of a look there. Right-sided effort. Couldn't come up with the score, and again trying to work on the ground cleverly, because the more time she spends burning on the ground, burning the clock up. The less time there is for Pup to come up with a score, and reduces the options for the Hungarian fighter. Frustration for Pup as she tries to get to her feet. She wants to get out of there and get back to her feet, but Payet is perfectly comfortable staying on the ground and trying to see the time out. Serenagi is the preferred option for Payet, or that awkward looking attempt at Makikomi. Well, there wasn't enough there for Pup to come up with the score, but that's the counter that she's looking at. Uchigari, Payet steps off that. That'll do now. That was not a bad effort there from Payet. Pup came up with the Ochigari, wasn't in the best position, and now Payet with the Makikomi that she was talking about, and Wazari they gave eventually for that. See, she's efficient, effective, and does the job without ever looking, you know, attractive in the application of her judo waza. And she's going to say, who cares? Look at the scoreboard. You know, Wazari's on the board. 0-0-0. There's no time left. That means I'm the winner. So if you don't like the look of it, so what? I'm in round 3, or effectively the quarter-final now. That's where Letizia Payet is the number 2 seed into the quarter-final, having defeated Pup Recker. Right, what else have we got on offer? The under 63 kilo category, I suppose, at some stage, but we may stay here. Noah Minsker of Israel is coming up next. She faces Katarzyna Nakarayenka of Belarus. It's Minsker in the white judogi, Nakayenka in blue. Stay with us, we'll bring you more action from the European Judo Open for women in Warsaw.
And now, on that one, the first round for women under 63 kilos. Please welcome in blue for Poland, Dominika Błach. And going for Israel, 4 members of the European Open Team Warsaw 2014, Roden Shaw.
Co, działa czy nie działa?
Próbujemy tam, Tomek coś tam próbuje włączyć.
Second round for women under 48 kilos. It's only one. In blue for Belarus, Andisa Kapayeva. And in white for Mexico, Edna Carrillo.
Right, let's go down to mat number 1. We're going to leave Noah Minska. She leads here by 2 scores, Yuko and Wasari. But we're going to go down to mat number 1 because it's the second round of the under 48 kilo category. And the number 1 seed, Edna Carrillo of Mexico, is up against Afisa Kapayeva of Belarus. It's Carrillo in the white judogi and Kapayeva in blue. We saw Kapayeva in her opening contest when she defeated Mira Ulrich. It wasn't the most blisteringly exciting contest, but hey, you never know what can happen now. Carrillo in the white judogi, Kapayeva in blue. We'll see how this pair get on.
Ostatnim turniejem, na którym będzie można zdobywać punkty kwalifikacyjne do rankingu olimpijskiego, będzie turniej w Madrycie.
Well, both fighters have started out by picking up a penalty apiece. We're in the first minute, so not the most, well, it's an inauspicious start, isn't it? You know, it may pick up. Carrillo is, after all, the number 1 seed. She's ranked at number 20 on the IJF World Ranking list, but the way to really test that is to go and look at their contest record and see how they've picked up those points and who they have defeated along the way. That's the real test. Well, a warm welcome to all of you who are just joining us, wherever you're joining us from. And, welcome to all our viewers in China. We got some people joining us from China. We're at the European Judo Open for women in Warsaw. So a big hello to everyone out there. Still no score between Carrillo and Kapayeva. 2 penalties picked up by the Belarusian. Kapayeva's put up a good performance here if you consider that this is the number 1 seed. The Belarusian has really done a good job here. Really good effort. Yeah, no score there. Surprised that Yuko went on the board. I didn't see the referee signal Yuko, actually. I wasn't even looking for it because I didn't think it was. Anyway, it doesn't matter now because time has run out. That'll do. I'm not sure why they haven't heard the Soramade. Kapayeva, a good effort from the Belarusian there. Well, Carrillo will be glad to get that one out the way, won't she? Gave her a close run thing. Now the number 1 seed into the quarterfinal. She's going to face the winner of the upcoming contest between Maria Petitskaya of Russia in the white judogi and Melanie Clement of France in blue.
Semi-1, second round for women under 48 kilo. We spoke in blue for France, Melanie Clement, and in white for Russia, Maria Petitskaya.
Another French fighter in the under 48 kilo category on mat 2. That's the number 3 seed, Aurora Clémence. A hatful of French fighters here. Melanie Clement, the fighter we're watching now. Cheyenne Mounier, who we're going to see next. That'll be an interesting contest. That's the one that I really want to have a look at because that could make a real mess of things. You'd end up with Clement and Mounier in the bottom half, in the top half of the draw, and Payet and Clements in the bottom half. We could end up with an all French, 2 semi-finals, and all the French are in them. That is a distinct possibility. And Clements has just won her contest against Kraft. So it's beginning to take shape, isn't it? Aurora Clements into the next round. That's down on mat 2.
Tatami 2, zwyciężyła reprezentantka Francji Clémence Aurore. Kategoria wagowa do 48 kg. Niebieska judogi Tatiana Oselianu, Mołdawia. Biała judogi Kimberly Reines, Great Britain, Wielka Brytania.
Problems for Berdzskaya here. Clever work by the French fighter, making it difficult for the Russian to get back into it. That was good enough, nothing wrong with that. 10 seconds left to go. No need for Clement to do anything else except avoid getting scored on. 2 penalties picked up by Maria Berdzskaya. Leaves Melanie Clement on 1 Shido. Just that little bit ahead. There you go. So it'll be the number 1 seed, Edna Carrillo of Mexico, to face Melanie Clement in the first of the quarterfinals. Payet is already in there and Clements is already in there, so 3 of the 8 are French so far. We'll have to see whether Munier can join them. Well, we're going to get our first look at Cheyenne Munier. She faces Violetta Dumitru of Romania. It's Dumitru in the white judogi, Munier of France in blue. A tough first contest for the French fighter. Fighting one of the better fighters in the weight category, actually. Yeah, Violetta Dumitru, the number 4 seed. Definitely had the harder of the draws, Dumitru. I'm sorry, Munier. Anyway, can't expect to have an easy ride every time, or at all, to be honest. In the chair for Cheyenne Munier is Dimitri Dragan. Doing the coaching duties now. He's going to have to be careful of that low right-sided Ippon Seonagi from Dumitru. Oh, nice Ojigari. Good position here. Can she change direction? Just drop the hips. Yeah, good pressure. Almost. It's not a bad little effort from Munier, so showing some talent right away. See if you can come back and come up with a score. Munier's picked up the single Shido. No need to panic here yet. There's plenty of time. Second penalty picked up by Munier there. Gonna need a score here. See, there's still plenty of time on the scoreboard. She's picked up 3 penalties, but she comes up with a score. She could do this. Asking a lot, however.
Na macie drugiej zwyciężyła Tatiana Osajanu, Mołdawia. Druga runda kategorii wagowej do 52 kg. Niebieska judogi Miranda Wolsiak.
Keep putting the pressure on. That's a good last effort there. No. Well, Dmitry Dragan thought that he saw something. I'm not sure if we could see anything on the replay there. That last action resulted in the referee calling mate. They're having a look at whatever it is they're having a look at. Did Dmitry block with the hand? Dmitry Dragan certainly thinks so. Referee's coming over to have a look. It's a little bit, yeah. They've given the hand sokumake. I mean, I thought that there wasn't a great deal in it, but it's the point at which she first makes contact as the block. See, Dragan's all over it. He knows for sure, you know. And what it could be is that block made any attempt by Munier to finish off the technique ineffective. She couldn't finish off the technique because it was being blocked by the hand, even though they were on the ground. And that's the only thing I can think of. So an unfortunate end for Violetta Dumitru. And there are 4 French now in the quarterfinal. There you have it. Right, on the mat now. Milica Nikolic of Serbia faces Anne Sophie Jura. It's Nikolic in the white judogi, Jura in blue. Munier dodged a bullet there, to be honest. She was way off the pace. But hey, she's in the quarterfinal now. Last of the second round contest in the under 48 kilo category. The winner of this will face Cheyenne Munier. Right, nothing going on there. So the referee calls Hajime and we're back underway. second round in the under 52 kilo category is also underway now. We got the number 2 seed, Munkbata Bundma, on the mat now against Miranda Wolfslag of the Netherlands. That's on the adjoining mat. We're going to stick here with Nikolic and Jura, because coming up next we'll have the number 1 seed in the under 52 kilo category. So we'll hang around here for a bit. No score yet between Nikolic and Jura. That's the Osai, you know. Always a difficult one to get out of. Just going down to trap the legs now. Needs to get the head out of there. That's not the best position. That's a bit better. Keep that left shoulder trapped there and stay on top. And she does. Milica Nikolic of Serbia it is, who, having given up single Shido, comes back with a nice Sangaku Gatami for Ippon. You're getting trapped in Nevaza there. Right, we got the lineup for the quarterfinals. Carrillo and Clement, Munier and Nikolic, Payet and Minsker, Clements and Osoyanu. All four of the French fighters into the quarterfinal should make an interesting time. Right, let's stay here on mat number 1, because we've got the number 1 seed in the under 52 kilo category coming up. She had a bye in the first round. That's our first look at Adiasambu Solman of Mongolia. She faces Yelisaveta Gerazimenko of the Czech Republic. It's Adiasambu in white and Gerazimenko in blue.
A na macie numer 2, kategoria wagowa do 52 kg, druga runda. Niebieska szkoła Joanna Nikolaescu, Rumunia, a jej przeciwniczką jest Karolina Pienkowska, Polska.
Nice work there from Adiasambu, bringing Gerazimenko down for Yuko. Her teammate Sendayush Serenadmid in the under 63 kilo category is the highest rated fighter here today at number 12 on the IJF World Ranking list. Adiasambu a little bit further down at 18. She's not going to let that bother her. The only thing that she's concerned about is getting ahead of her teammate Munkbata Bundma, who's a few places down at 21. So I'm sure that'll be the thing that she is uppermost in her mind today. Just make sure you finish ahead of Munkbata Bundma. I haven't seen Bundma yet because she had a bye as well. Gerazimenko and Adiasambu both penalised for avoiding to take a grip. Attempted Sutemiwaza, seized upon quickly there by Adiasambu. And now the Munigatami, nice and tight from Adiasambu. As time ticks away, you can see that there's those yellow, orange and then red go through the Adiasambu name at the top of the scoreboard there. That'll do. Adiasambu Salman just limping a little bit on that left leg, I think. Anyway, she's through to the quarterfinal.
Contest number 20, Tatami 1, second round for women under 52 kilo.
Right, Luz Olvera of Mexico faces Maria Buiok of Ukraine. It's Olvera in the white judogi, Buiok in blue. We saw Buiok in her opening contest when she defeated Dorota Śmozecka of Poland. Here she is now against the Mexican Luz Olvera. Olvera looking as though she didn't like that grip. Just collapsed there, didn't she? And picks up a penalty for just dropping. Wasn't a bad little effort on the right-hand side by Buiok, but the ensuing Shimowaza from Olvera was across the face of the referee called Mate. Right, we're going to go to mat number 1. And mat number 2, I beg your pardon, mat number 2. The contest coming up there, Christiane Legentil of Mauritius faces Alexandra Starkova of Ukraine. It's Legentil in the white judogi, Starkova in blue. Let's have a look at Miss Legentil, who's been off with a knee injury for a while. Let's see whether she's got some confidence in that and is back to full fitness yet. She's been training in Hungary as Le Gentil. She did a stint out in North Korea as well. She went out to North Korea and had a month out there. She said she was most impressed after London with Anne Comey, the gold medalist in the under 52 kilo category. So the IIHF said, okay, if you're that impressed, then you can go out and have a bit of a stay in North Korea. Almost coming down with a score there. That was a nice little effort. Brought Starkova down, but not onto the scoring part of the body. Good effort anyway. Le Gentil looking fit. I wouldn't say strong, but moving well. Compact little fighter, Christian Le Gentil. Oh, almost walked onto that Uchimata. She wanted to get the arm around and into a position where she could bring off the Tani Otoshi, but it didn't happen. Yep, Wazari. That was a good score. The outside coming. Got caught in the Uchimata. Couldn't get off it. Left-sided Kezagatami is what does for Le Gentil on this occasion. And it's Alexandra Shtakova who goes into the quarterfinal. Yeah, good score. So not quite back to her best yet, Le Gentil. She falls in the second round. We'll stay here to have a look at Larissa Florian of Romania. She faces Jabo Katinka of Hungary. It's Florian in the white, judogi Jabo in blue. Well, we can recognize Florian quite easily, but we're not that sure about Jabo because it depends on the color of her hair. This time she's got a shock of sandy blonde for a coloring. My sister's watching on just to the right of the picture there with a large black woolen sweater wrapped round her shoulders, keeping her neck warm, I suppose. Big neck warm. Oh, nice score. Oh, I think that's better than that. I think that was a better score. He gave Yuko, and they've gone on there so quickly. What do you reckon? Anyhow, that's what's on the board, a Yuko. Shido picked up there. Florian, nice Makikomi, whack. Yuko it is. That's the lead with a little over 3 minutes left to go. Florian has picked up 2 penalties. That could come back to haunt her. You don't want to have 2 penalties with 3 minutes on the board. Especially if Jabo is going to be pressing on you. You could end up picking a 3rd up for stepping out the area or a false attack or something, and then you're really on a knife edge. So, problems for the Romanian, despite the fact that she leads by a Yuko. Not a bad effort. Sode Tsurikomigoshi from Sabo tries to work on the arm here, got the legs in the right place, and then it went on the other side. The right leg it was that she lost out. Should have been over the head and tried to trap that head. Didn't quite work out. There's plenty of time. The Hungarian's got to look at the clock here and not rush around too much. Got to take into consideration the amount of time left on the clock here. And the fact that the chances are your opponent is going to pick up another penalty. Just needs to press home the attacks and be first. Can't afford for... That's okay. Can't afford for Jabo to get back into the contest. That's odd because she's the one who leads by Yuko. But at the moment she's on the back foot because Jabo's the one's coming forward. Another attack here first. A good strong attack from the Hungarian. Should do it. Got to look positive here. And off steps Florian. So, real problems. And now all she's got to do is to keep up the rate of attacks. There's real problems here for Florian. And another good effort on the right side. 2 more strong attacks and it's done. Yep. We'll also be looking to call for the Shimiwaza there. Never mind. Got to win the grips here, Jabo. And again, got to be in first. Got to come strong. Not a bad effort. Minute and 20 odd. Can't see it happening for Florian here. Just gave too much away with 3 Shidos inside 2 minutes. Jabo's still looking strong. He's the one pressing now. Has she got enough to make it look strong and good? A good strong attack. Again, got to be first. Must be in your mind. Put the hips across. There's nah. Talking about. She hasn't got enough control. I gave Wazari there, but for me, there's not enough control by Jabo to give her Wazari. I don't know if we're going to get to have a look at it before the commission do, but for me, there just isn't enough control for Jabo to claim Wazari here. He's got one hand. Nah, come on. She doesn't initiate the action anyway. You know, look, there's an attempted Tsutemiwaza here from Florian that fails. Falls on her back, yeah. Wasn't there. So no score. And all of that just gave Florian a bit of a breather. Now, if Zabo really wants to take this, she's got to be absolutely first every time now. Can't afford for that left arm to come over the top from the Romanian. Got to put in an attack now. And again, got to go now. Ah. It's easy to say from here what the tactics should be. Not going to happen now. Florian is going to escape by the skin of her teeth here. No, that's nothing there. No, it's nothing. You can't claim a penalty for that one. And you won't be able to for that. Close, but not enough. It wasn't efficient. There wasn't any control when the Wazari was given, so that was why it was taken away. And that last effort, that was 6 of one, half a dozen of another. You're not going to get a Shido for that one. Larissa Florian it is who squeezes past Jabo Katinka. And the Romanian goes into the quarterfinal. Okay. Right, coming up next here, we'll stay on mat 2 because Aleta Podolak of Poland faces Desiree Klinger of Austria. It'll be Podolak in the white judogi, Klinger in blue.
Druga runda kategorii wagowej do 57 kg. Niebiesko-judogi Desiree Klinger, Austria, a jej przeciwniczką białej judogi jest Aleta Podolak, Polska.
What mood Aleta Podolak is in today? We'll find out now. She's a tidy fighter. Nice skills. Oh, into the shimiwaza quickly. Oh. Just can't get the left hand where she wanted it. He was a little bit over-ambitious with that attempted turnover there, was Podolak.
Winner of mat 1 in point for Armenia, Zavis Stankovic. Contest number 23 today of mat 1, second round for women under 57 kg. In blue for Israel, Tima Nelson, and in white for Colombia, Yakinis Amaris.
Again, you know, a little bit over-ambitious with the attempted Tsutemiwaza, but she was quickly into the attempted arm lock, so, you know, not necessarily a bad thing. She knows what she's doing. Well, 2 penalties picked up by Podolak. Just needs to settle a little bit here. Klinger picked up a penalty for stepping out. Yeah, that's nice. I think Wazari would be a better score. I've given Ippon. Yeah, I'm with you, Desiree. You throw me flat on my back and, you know, I'll take it, but didn't feel that that was Ippon. Anyway, Podolak has been given Ippon. See, for me, that's never flat on her back. There's no stage at which she's flat on her back. However, it's done and dusted. You can make up your own mind at home. Right, coming up next, Adi Grossman of Israel faces Svantja Kaiser of Germany. It's Grossman in the white judogi, Kaiser in blue. Podolak into the quarterfinal.
Second one for women under 57 kilo tatami 1. In blue for Germany, Safo Choban. And in white for Poland, Polska, Julia round for women under 57 kilos, tatami 1. In blue for Lithuania, Jana Kisko. In white for Spain, Corti Villolin.
A na macie numer 2 zwyciężyła Svanti Kaiser, Niemcy. Walczyć będzie w niebieskiej judoki Anna Borowska, Polska, a jej przeciwniczką jest Szużana Ewondian, Ukraina. Druga runda kategorii wagowej do 57 kg.
Second one for women under 57 kilos, attack one. In blue for Italy, Anna Rigetti. In white for Germany, Jacqueline Lisson.
A na macie 2 zwyciężyła Anna Borowska, Polska. Druga runda kategorii wagowej do 57 kg. Niebieska judogi Aigerin Abikadirowa, Kazachstan. Biała judogi Tatiana Kazeniuk, Rosja.
second round of mat 1 for women under 63 kilo. In blue for Great Britain, Amy Livesey. And in white for Mongolia, Serena Mead. Please don't forget that at 4 p.m. we'll have the opening ceremony of the European Judo Open 2016 in Warsaw, and it will be followed right away by the final block.
Po ceremonii otwarcia, która będzie miała miejsce o godzinie 16, rozegramy blok finałowy. A na macie numer 2 zwyciężyła Tatiana Kazeniuk, Rosja. Druga runda kategorii wagowej do 63 kg. Niebieska judogini Andrea Dakowicz, Chorwacja. Biała judogi Marta Lawazina, Rosja.
Two penalties picked up by Dakovic, and there's a little over a minute and 20 seconds left to go. No score yet, but Dakovic with the work to be done on her side if she's going to get back into this. Oh! They're bouncing up a little bit too sharp in the Croatian fighter there. So, Marta Labazina of Russia, the number 2 seed, wins out there. over Andrea Dakovic of Croatia. It's Labazina who goes into the quarterfinal. She faced the winner of the upcoming contest between Jabo Francesca of Hungary and Geja van den Berg of the Netherlands. It'll be Jabo in the white, judogi, and van den Berg in blue. Oh, nice footwork from Jabo there. Van den Berg comes down heavily onto her front.
Second round for women under 63 kilos, tatami plan. In blue for Slovakia, Ivana Kondosieva. In white for Mongolia, Aldosh Mokhotime.
Oh, since that little exchange, Van den Berg has become a little less open. Almost got caught there and just tightened up in the shoulders now. Throwing out the right leg here and there. It's not really going anywhere. Jabo kind of frightened her off a little bit. Cool mate there. There's a point at which the fighters leave the competition area, and it's a good idea to get it called quickly, so that there's no uncertainty from one fighter or the other as to where they are. Oh, a good way of putting it, I suppose, is as to where they stand. I want both fighters to be on the same footing. You don't want one with the advantage just because it happened that way. A fighter should create an advantage. Shouldn't come about by accident, like here. No score between Jabo and Van den Berg. Well, that was a nice effort from Van den Berg. She just manages to turn onto a front, the Jabo, but not before giving up a Yuko. So adjudged to have gone down onto a side and then onto a front. It was a nice Osodogari effort from Geja van den Berg. And that's the lead now. With a little over a minute left to go, the youngster from the Netherlands leads. Going to need something big from Jabo Francisca to come back into this now. Misses with the Uchimata effort. Vandenberg was right under that Green Hill sign in front of Mark Hasinger, so there was plenty of contact between the pair as far as Hasinger was able to give her some information about what to do next in this last half minute. Here comes Szabo pressing forward, a Yuko down. Tries to pull her opponent over onto the left and does come up with a Yuko as well, despite the fact that she went off the wrong side. Well, I didn't really see what it was that caused that distress with Vandenberg, but she certainly appears to have hurt an arm, an elbow. Yeah. Let's go to mat 1 then. We'll go to mat 1. And I'll let you know what's happening with Vandenberg. Let's see if we can find out, come back and let you know.
Second round for women under 63 kilos, Tatami 1. In blue for Israel, the gold medalist Warsaw 2014, Rotem Shok. In white for the Netherlands, Jennifer Eekers.
Right, well, we're watching Jennifer Vickers of the Netherlands at the moment against Rotem Shaw of Israel. And for those of you who've got concerns about Vandenberg, we're having a look at some discomfort in the neck. That's what Heche is complaining about. And as a precautionary measure, she wasn't allowed to make her own way off the mat, to stand up and get up and go off. And they asked her to stay still in order to make sure that if there was anything wrong, it wasn't aggravated. So that's why it looked a little bit worse than it may have been, because they wanted, as a precaution, to have a look at a possible neck injury. But as soon as we know, then we'll get back to you. But I can already see that her teammates are giving, you know, thumbs up to her teammates who are sitting on the other side of the venue. And as soon as we find out, we'll come back and let you know. All right, let's finish off watching Jennifer Vickers of the Netherlands in the white judogi and Rotem Shaw of Israel in blue.
Second round for women under 63 kilos. Day1, winner in white for the Netherlands, Jennifer Vickers. Second round for women under 63 kilos. Day1. In blue for Belarus, Yevgenia Zaitseva. In white for Mexico, Andrea Gutierrez.
Well, my colleague has been down there to have a check to make sure that everything is okay with Geche van den Berg, and I'm glad to say that the answer to that is yes. So, some soreness in the neck, but apart from that, should be okay. watching Andrea Gutierrez at the moment.
Kolejna walka w kategorii wagowej do 63 kg.
She's up against Yuhamia Zaitseva of Belarus. No score yet between Gutierrez and Zaitseva. We've got both halves of the under 63 kilo category on at the moment. Mat number one. The Belarusian and the Mexican, and then on mat number two, the Austrian and the Dutch fighter. So that's Magdalena Kasakova of Austria and Iris Evema of the Netherlands down on mat two. Single Shido against Gutierrez at the moment. There you are, there's the graphic that shows you what's happening down on mat number two as well. That's not a bad effort. Missed the Makikomi chance there, did Zaitseva, but with 40 odd seconds to go, she won't feel that badly about having got that attack in. Still just that single Shido against Gutierrez. Not the strongest of efforts, but good enough. Another effort on the left side. Well, that'll do now. And that is the score right at the death. Can you believe it? Look at the Mexican coach. Punch in the air and celebrating. The Belarusian coach just shook his head. Can't believe it. 1 second to go on the clock. Right, we've got the quarterfinals in the under 48 kilo category taking place now. The number one seed, Edna Carrillo of Mexico, faces Melanie Clement of France. It's Carrillo in the white judo gi, Clement in blue. Clement is one of 4 French fighters in the quarterfinal. It could be carnage here if all the French win. We shall see. We could have a complete semi-final lineup of only French fighters. Distinct possibility. And Carrillo picks up a penalty for stepping out. Not what she needed.
Ćwierćfinał w kategorii wagowej do 48 kg.
A little over 2 minutes left to go. Carrillo just trying to free her arms up here and come up with some strong attacks, but Clement is proving difficult to get past and difficult to break down. Well, we're going to have to stick with the action on mat number 1 because this is the number 1 seed, so we want to see what happens to her. Mind you, we've got the number 2 seed on mat number 2 at the moment. That's Clement's teammate, Laetitia Payet of France. She's up against Noah Minska of Israel. We'll see how that one pans out. We may go there next. For the time being, however, we're going to stick with Carrillo and Clement. And the Mexican attacks left-sided. Clement defending that now. Wants to get out of there. It's that left arm that she wants to break up. And push that off. Come up with her own attacks. I'll try and keep an eye on what's happening on mat number 2. And if there's any action, I'll let you know. But that one has only just got underway and there's no score in that yet. Good effort, left-sided from Clement, blocked by Carrillo. Into the last minute now. Carrillo been trailing by that Judo for quite some time now. Beginning to frustrate the Mexican fighter as Clement just puts in enough attacks and avoids the strong grips from the Mexican. The problem for Carrillo is that even though she's had good grips, she hasn't been able to make them pay. And Clement has done just enough to stay ahead. A nice effort there from Clement attacking left-sided. Last few seconds here. Yes, goes over on the right side, and why not? That's enough for Clement to squeeze past Edna Carrillo. Right, we're going to go down to mat number 2 because Edna Carrillo has lost out to Melanie Clement. Let's see what's happening with Clement's teammate, Laetitia Payet, the number 2 seed. There's 1 minute and 40 odd seconds left in the contest. Noah Minska of Israel leads by a yuko from Laetitia Payet. Payet has also picked up 2 penalties. And that's the state of the contest. Well, a bit of work here for Laetitia Payet to do. Yuko down. But there is time. 1 minute and 40 odd left to go. Well, this is the kind of fighter that Laetitia Payet has got to get past. If she's got aspirations of taking a place in the top 14 and qualifying direct to go to Rio. Got to come up with something to defeat Noah Minska. Not enough control there, slightly untidy effort at the end. And that's why the technique collapses. Inside the last minute. Just a single yuko for Noah Minska. No way back for Letizia Payet at the moment. She hasn't been able to come up with the Seoinage effort. She's tried the Makikomi on several occasions. That's failed. Not enough time to work on the ground, which is a strong point for Payet. And it really has to be the Seoinage or bust here. Even Yuko wouldn't do it because she's picked up 2 penalties. It's not going to happen now. Yeah, that will do. Good score from Minska. Payet was throwing everything at it, so everything was coming Minska's way, just what she wanted. Frustration for Letizia Payet as she misses out here, losing in the quarter-final. It'll be Noah Minska who goes into the semi-final.
Kolejna walka ćwierćfinałowa w kategorii wagowej do 48 kg.
We're ready for the next quarterfinal for women under 48 kilograms of Mark 2.
Niebieska judogi, reprezentantka Mołdawii, Tatiana Zajan.
Well, we've got another quarter-final coming up here. Aurora Clemence of France faces Tatiana Osoianu of Moldavia. It's Clemence in the white judogi, Osoianu in blue. Well, there was a time when both semi-finals could have been all French affairs. That's not going to happen now. Payet has lost out to Minska. Munier is trailing against Nikolic. Oh, that's nice. Lovely ojigari there from Clemence. Bringing down Osoianu for Wazari. A chance, possibly, no, lost now. Going to say a chance with the Tate Shio Gatami, but Osoianu turned out of there. Well, a big job now for Osoianu to come back from Wazari down. There's still time, 2:20 odd left to go. Clemence in Newaza with the Sangaku Gatami. Nice and tight. It's the second time she's employed that today. Neat work from the French fighter to make her way into the semi-final. She'll face Noah Minsker. Well, we can go down to mat number 1 now. And the reason for that is that the number 1 seed in the under 52 kilo category is coming up shortly. In the background, you can see in the white judogi just waiting to come on, the number 2 seed, that's Munkbata Bundmar in the under 52 kilo category. But we're going to wait to see Adia Sambu Solman. She's the number 1 seed. She's up next against Luz Olvera of Mexico. We'll hang on for that because there's 20 odd seconds left to go in this contest. Milica Nikolic of Serbia leads by 2 scores over Cheyenne Munier of France. 26 seconds to go. Last roll of the dice here for Cheyenne Munier. Has a go over on the right side, but it's blocked by Nikolic, and not going to be enough. Even though she picks up a 3rd penalty, well, she won't want to come up with a false attack right at the end, although she almost did. But it's Milica Nikolic who goes into the semi-final. She will face Melanie Clement of France. Right, that semi-final lineup is Melanie Clement up against Milica Nikolic and Noah Minsker to face Aurora Clements. That's in the under 48 kilo category. Right, we've got quarterfinal in the under 52 kilo category now. Adia Sambu Solman of Mongolia faces Luz Olvera of Mexico. It's Adia Sambu in the white judogi, Olvera in blue. Oh, nice Yoko Tomoenagi from Adia Sambu. She picks up Yuko, doesn't quite get Olvera onto her back, but it's a Yuko anyway. Well, that's one way of dealing with the grip over the top by throwing in that Sitemi was. It's not an attractive way, and it results in a false attack. I was trying to be pleasant, trying to be nice to Adia Sambu, but that really was not the best way to deal with it. Bit of pressure coming from Oliveira, and Nadia Sambu having a bit of a handful here. Picks up a second penalty. Got to tidy things up now. Stop playing around and stay on your feet. Get upright. Deal with the grips. Bailed out of 2 exchanges with Oliveira and let the Mexican get the better of her on 2 occasions, and now she's got to turn it around. Here she is as the number 1 seed. Got to make that tell. She really has fought well here, Oliveira. Caused Nadia Sambu a few problems. Hasn't been able to come up with a score, but there's still 1 minute and 20 odd left to go. Let's see whether all of that effort from Oliveira can be translated into a score. Well defended by Oliveira. Cheers from the adjoining mat for Piankowska, Karolina Piankowska, who defeated Munkbata Bundma of Mongolia. That was in their quarter-final. So Piankowska into the second of the semi-finals. The winner of this one will go into the first of the semi-finals, and Nadia Sambu picks up a 3rd penalty. Well, second Yuko was picked up there by Nadia Sambu. Yeah, he hasn't noticed that. It's on the board. So Nadia Sambu Solomon moves into the first of the semi-finals. And we'll get to see who her opponent will be. When we see the next of the quarterfinals. And that next quarterfinal features Agata Perenc of Poland. She's up against Jana Stankiewicz of Armenia. It's Perenc in the white judogi, Stankiewicz in blue. Uchimata from Stankiewicz. He followed that up with the Tomo Inagi, but neither of them really troubled Perenc. Blocked both of those efforts.
And now it's time for the quarterfinals for women under 57 kilo on mat 2.
Niebieska judoka, reprezentantka Niemiec, Svantje Kaiser, a jej przeciwniczką jest białej judoki, reprezentantka Polski, Arleta Podolak.
Perens picks up the penalty. Stankiewicz avoids getting penalised and but goes over there. Yeah, Yuko, good score from Perens immediately after the penalties were sorted out. She came in with that low left-sided upon Seonagi and caught Stankiewicz. There's plenty of time left, though, 2.5 minutes for the Armenian to come back. And goes left-sided for the Uchimata, but she's off balance, she's falling away, and nothing comes of that one. That was the score. Yeah, good one. Thought about some Satemi was there, did Stankiewicz, but it didn't come off. Minute and a half left to go. Time enough for Stankiewicz to come up with something. See how Perens deals with this pressure that's bound to come now from the Russian-born Armenian. Slightly desperate looking lunge there at the end from Perens, which suggests that power is draining now. She's got nice throwing skills, Stankiewicz, but gets countered there for Wazari on the way out. And now Agata Perens with a good lead. Yeah, the Uchimata was the right idea, but on the way out, got caught by Perens, and now there's a good lead for the Polish fighter. Problems for Stankiewicz. Second penalty picked up by Perens, nothing to worry about at the moment. And now it's Stankiewicz who picks up a penalty. Oh. Last few seconds, got to get your hands on your opponent, Ojigari, and then almost ran on to a Seonagi from Perens. No, that's not going to happen there. A loss in the quarter-final for Jana Stankiewicz. Puts her into the repechage, but it's Agata Perenc of Poland who goes into the semi-final. She'll face Adi Sambu Solman of Mongolia.
For women under 57 kilo.
Right, what we got coming up for you next then? We're going to stay on mat number 1, yeah.
And mat 1, the winner of the quarterfinals for Poland is Agata Perez.
It's Yadinis Amaris of Colombia. She's up against Safo Choban of Germany. It's Amaris in the white judogi, Choban in blue. On mat number 2, it's Anna Borovska up against Tatiana Kazenyuk. We'll hang on here and have a look at Amaris and Choban. Ujigari almost bringing Amaris down. Choban working on the ground. I mentioned her prowess on the ground earlier on. Got herself a good reputation as a cadet and a junior for her groundwork. Oh, almost with the Ashiwaza. Yeah, the coach could see that one coming. A little bit more control. Lifted Amaris up and put her on her back. Just didn't have the hands there. Moves around to avoid that Seonagi attempt. And the second one was slightly weaker from Amaris. No problems for Choban to deal with that.
Welcome to Warsaw, Japan, and welcome to the European Judo Open for Women.
Witamy wszystkich serdecznie.
Yeah.
2016.
We inform you that in the history of international judo, Polish judoka
I like that for a score for Amaris, yeah.
Na wszystkich turniejach, w których brali udział polscy zawodnicy, zdobyli oni 674 medale.
Yep, you go on the board for the Colombian. It was a good score. A bit of work for Choban to do here.
W ostatnim roku polskie zawodniczki zdobyły srebrny medal w turnieju drużynowym na Mistrzostwach Świata.
Yeah, there it is. Almost coming up with the Ashiwaza again. No, still not. No. Yeah, now Safa does come up with a score with the Ashiwaza. A little combination there, bringing Amaris down right at the end. Savo Choban leaving things a little bit late to come up with the winning Ashiwaza. Tied the scores, but there was a single penalty against the Maris, and that was it. Ichimata, and then on the way down, the Koichi, just beautifully done. Nice, clever work from the young German. That's a good sign for the future. Clever fighter. Right. We've got another quarter-final. This time, Concepcion Bellerin of Spain faces Anna Righetti of Italy. It's Bellerin in the white judogi, Righetti in blue. A little over 2 minutes left to go. No score yet between Bellerin and Righetti. We'll have the quarterfinals in the under 63 kilo category after this. And then it'll be time for the repechage. Uchigari, a strong effort there right-sided from Righetti. It brings Bellerin down onto a front, so no score. She tries to follow up on the ground, but the referee decides nothing happening there, so calls mate. The pair of them are up on their feet in the middle of the mat again, and there's a little over a minute left to go. It's a little bit untidy from Righetti at the moment, and she almost left herself open for a score there. Bellerin taking advantage of that untidy effort from the Italian and almost came up with Sodagari as a counter. And after that, Righetti picked up a second penalty. Last few seconds here. 2 penalties picked up by Righetti, just the one against Bellerin. Desperately hanging on there, the Spanish fighter. And only just doing enough to squeeze past the Italian, did Bellerin there. Picked up the single penalty. Righetti collected 2, so it's Concepcion Bellerin who goes into the semi-final. Into the semi-final. We're going to see her against Germany's Safo Choban.
The judoka from Extremadura in Spain will be in the semi-finals for women under 57 kilo. Next quarterfinal match.
Right, we've got an all Mongolia matchup now. Sendayush Serinadmid of Mongolia faces Baldorj Munchunkimeg. It's Sendayush in the white judogi, Baldorj in blue. We'll have a look at this then. Both fighters pick up penalties.
Na macie numer 2 zwyciężyła reprezentantka Węgier, Franciszka Szaro.
Welcome to the quarterfinals for women on the 63 kilo tatami 2.
Na macie numer 2 walka ćwierćfinałowa w kategorii wagowej do 63 kg. Niebieska judoka, reprezentantka Holandii, Iris Iwema.
Sendayush picked up a second penalty there. Well, 2 penalties against Sendayush at the moment. Gives Baldorj the slight advantage, as far as the penalties are concerned anyway. Still waiting for the first score. A long lunge there from Sendayush, looking for that Kosotogaki on the right side, but Baldorj was up to defending it, causing the number 1 seed some real problems here. Sendayush. She's not at all what Sendayush would have wanted. Picked up 2 penalties there. Teammate Baldorj just the 1. And it's Baldorj, not Sendayush, who takes her place in the semi-final.
And the winner in blue from Moldova is next quarterfinal of round 1, also for women on the 63 kilograms.
Kolejna walka ćwierćfinałowa w kategorii wagowej do 63 kg. Waga numer 1.
Okay, we'll stay here to see the final between Jennifer Vickers of the Netherlands and Andrea Gutierrez of Mexico. It's Vickers in the white judogi, Gutierrez in blue. The winner of this will face Baldorj and Chinkimeg in the first of the semi-finals.
A na macie numer 2 rozegramy
Gutierrez it is who's picked up that single penalty. There's 2 minutes left to go, so plenty of time for something to develop here that's a bit more attractive than the single penalty that's on the board at the moment. Couldn't hold on to her opponent. It was Gutierrez who was falling backwards, and whereas Vickers wasn't going in that direction. She threw the right leg out there, but the body wasn't following, so no chance of coming up with a score there. Vickers just catching her breath there. She prepares for the last minute and 20 odd seconds.
Niebieski judogi, reprezentantka Francji, białe judogi, reprezentantka Izraela, Noa Mińska. It's been hard going for Vickers here, trying to come up with a score. He's looked positive, but hasn't been able to put a score on the board. Gertie has managed to pick up a single Shido, and that's the only thing that we've seen. Well, not the best of contests. I'm sure both of the fighters will agree with that. However, Jennifer Vickers of the Netherlands wins out over Andrea Gutierrez of Mexico. It's Vickers who we'll see in the semi-final. I'm just going to check to see who her semi-final opponent is going to be. It'll be Baldoj Wonchinkimeg of Mongolia. Right, what have we got coming up next? Well, there's the repechage contest between Edna Carrillo and Cheyenne Mounier, but there's a semi-final taking place on mat number 2. Let's see if we can go to mat number 2. Noah Minsker of Israel faces Aurore Clemence of France. There's no score in the contest as yet. Clemence has picked up the single Shido, and there's 2.5 minutes left to go. It's Minsker in the white judogi, Clemence in blue.
shape to go outside with the Kosoto Gaki. Did Clemence, but nothing came of it. Minska was able to step off that. Oh, nice work. Really good work. Couldn't quite hold it though.
Winner of the mixed hours of Mat 1 by from Mexico, Edna Carrillo. Semi-finals for women under 48 kilograms tatami 1.
Na wazie numer 1 walka półfinałowa w kategorii wagowej do 48 kg.
In blue for Serbia, Milica Nikolic. In white for France, Melanie Clement.
Well, both semi-finals in the under 48 kilo category taking place now. Clemence here, she's picked up a single Shido against Noah Minska. There's half a minute left to go, and her teammate Melanie Clement is taking to the mat against Milica Nikolic of Serbia. Half a minute left to go. Aurora Clemence has picked up a second penalty now. And that third penalty was for a push out that Clemence picked up. They might want to have another look at that and just give that to Minska and take it away from Clemence, but it won't make any difference now. There's 15 seconds left to go. That was the last hope there. That little Uchimata right at the end, but it didn't catch Noah Minska, and it's the Israeli who's going to make her way into the final. She'll stop here and pick up a penalty for avoiding to take a grip, and then even a false attack there. But again, it won't make any difference. It's Noah Minska of Israel who makes her way into the final. Aurora Clemence will have to battle it out in the bronze medal match.
Zakończył się pojedynek na macie numer 2. Zwyciężyła reprezentantka Izraela Noa Minskę. Na macie numer 2 mamy repasaż w kategorii
Well,
wagowej.
sticking with the semi-final theme, let's go back down to mat number 1. Melanie Clement of France faces Milica Nikolic of Serbia. There's no score in that contest as yet. And it's Clement in the white judogi, Nikolic in blue. We've got, well, a minute and 40 odd left to go. Nikolic picks up a penalty for passivity. Oh, yeah, that was beautifully done. Clement it is who throws Nikolic for Ippon with that Uchimata. So it'll be Melanie Clement of France to face Noah Minska in the final of the under 48 kilo category.
Winner of the semi-final for women under 48 kilo and white for France is Melanie Clement. Next contest of man one, reverse for women under 52 kilo. In blue for Armenia, Zana Stankovic. In white for Mexico, Luz Oliver.
A na macie numer 2 zwyciężyła reprezentantka Mongolii Punma Yumpadar.
Semi-final for women under 52 kilo, the number 2.
Walka półfinałowa w kategorii wagowej do 52 kg. Niebieska szkoda, reprezentantka Ukrainy Aleksandra Starkowa. A jej przeciwniczką w białej szkodzie jest reprezentantka Polski Karolina Pieńkowska.
Well, we can go to mat number 2 now to see the semi-final in the under 52 kilo category. Karolina Pieńkowska of Poland faces Aleksandra Starkova of the Ukraine. It's Pieńkowska in the white judogi, Starkova in blue.
Niebieska judowi, reprezentantka Rosji, Tatiana Gazenio. Biała judowi, reprezentantka Niemiec, Swantje Kaiser.
Tatiana Kazenyuk winning out in that repechage contest there. And just to let you know that Geert van den Berg has gone off for tests at the local hospital radiology unit, and then as soon as we've got the results of those tests we'll let you know. But she's got feeling in the right arm, little bit of soreness, moving the hand without any problem, and our doctor thinks she'll be fine. So precautionary tests for Geert van den Berg. Coming up next, Aleta Podolak of Poland faces teammate Anna Borowska. They go head-to-head in the under 57 kilo category semi-final. Winner takes all then. Not quite really, because Podolak is the one in the driving seat, but we see what happens after this. Borowska had a real head-to-head with Tatiana Kazenyuk. The Russian was quite put out by some of the tactics of the Polish fighter. In any case, it was Borowska who won out, and that put her in this head-to-head with Aleta Podolak. It's Podolak in the white judogi, Borowska in blue. Borowska picks up a penalty for passivity. The volume of work actually from Podolak that's put her in that position. Well, it's one of the things responsible for it anyway. The other one is that she hasn't attacked. Both fighters penalised for gripping infringements, negative gripping from both the Polish fighters there.
The winner in white for Mongolia is Alessandro Solomon.
Well, she's had a few goes at the arm lock, hasn't she? Has Podolak hasn't come up with any success yet, but giving it a good go. Podolak fancied her chances on the ground there, wanted the referee to leave things to go for a little bit longer. He decided not to. Quick look at the clock there from Podolak as Borowska attacks right-sided. And again another chance on the ground, but it goes begging. Podolak not close enough to Borowska to keep her under control and keep her on the ground there. Last few seconds. And Podolak has done enough here to just edge past her teammate Anna Borowska. Well, no doubt the Polish crowd will know all about the several head-to-heads that there would have been before this one. Shake of the head from Borowska. She misses out. And it's a teammate, Arleta Podolak, who takes her place in the final of the under 57 kilo category. Well, coming up next, the repechage contest in the under 63 kilo category. Marta Labazina of Russia faces Iris Ivema of the Netherlands. It's Labazina in white, Ivema in blue. Okay, well, we'll go down to mat number 1. We'll see what's happening down there. And once we get tidied up with Ivema, we'll come back. Yadani Samaris of Colombia faces Anna Rigetti. Semi-final in the under 57 kilo category. Safo Choban of Germany faces Concepcion Bellorin of Spain. Choban again with the nice Ashiwaza. And then absolutely super quick with the Shimiwaza there, catching Kanchi Bellerin.
Coming next to semi-final for women under 63 kilograms of Mark 2.
Neatly done by Safo Choban.
Niebieskiej judogi reprezentantka Hiszpanii Izabel Pusze. Biała judogi reprezentantka Węgier Szaro Franciszek.
We've got a repechage contest on mat number 1 now. Sendayush Serenadmid of Mongolia faces Andrea Gutierrez of Mexico. Let's go to mat number 2 because there's a semi-final in the under 63 kilo category about to get underway there. Jabo Francisco of Hungary faces Isabel Puche of Spain. It's Zabo in the white judogi and Puche in blue. Jabo looks as though she stepped out there. Attempted Shimiwaza. No chance on the arm. A little bit more pressure. That looks good now. Yep. Right, a minute 30 odd left to go. Jabo having picked up 1 penalty. And just has a nose in front against Isabel Puche of Spain, who's picked up 2. That's the state of things at the moment. And Jabo comes up with a good Yuko. Nice score there. Okay, no score then. Not quite. But yes, now. Sort of hugged her into that, did Pusher. Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, I'm afraid so. I'm really sorry. But that is Isabelle Pouchet's score. Day1 here. Yeah, no chance of giving that any other way, I'm afraid. Pouchet it is, who makes her way into the final. Szabo will see in the bronze medal match. Well, we can go down to mat number 1 now, because that's the only place that we've got in judo left for you. We're going to pick up the contest between Sendayush Serenadmed of Mongolia. She's up against Andrea Gutierrez of Mexico. There's no score. We're in the golden score. We're about to get underway with golden score. Sendayush in the white judogi, Gutierrez in blue. Sendayush is the number 1 seed here. Remember, got done up by her teammate Baldorj Munchunkimeg. That's what put her in this position. Needs this one to salvage something from her trip to Warsaw. And she does there, comes up with a Yuko almost at the get-go of the golden score period. Yuko for Sendayush.
This was the revisage for women under 63 kilo, won by Sendayush Serenadmed from Mongolia in white. Time for the semi-final, women under 63 kilo.
Right, we come to the last of the contests in this first part of the European Judo Open for Women in Warsaw. It's Baldorj. It's a semi-final in the under 63 kilo category. Baldorj Munchunkimeg of Mongolia faces Jennifer Vickers of the Netherlands. Baldorj in white, Vickers in blue.
O godzinie 16 rozpoczniemy uroczyste otwarcie Pucharu Europy Warszawa 2016 i następnie rozegrany blok finałowy.
Both fighters penalised for negative gripping there. And then Baldorj making a little bit of a wild rush at things before Vickers tidies up in defence. Shido apiece then. That's where we are at the moment. Vickers attempting the roll into Sangaku Gatami. Got the shoulder okay. There's nothing wrong with that. It's the legs that you want now. Yeah, that's the one. Roll onto your back. Pull that left leg over the top. It's harder with the it's harder with the arm and shoulder. Much easier with the leg. There she goes, back on the left leg. So you're going to roll onto your side now. In which case you're going to need the right leg. Oh dear. Take the right leg now. See, if you haven't got control of the right leg, she's going to roll onto her front. Yeah, just needs to work on that a little bit more. One side down, opposite leg. Never mind. A minor technical bit to work out. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. There's a little over a minute left to go. Winner of this will face Isabel Pucha of Spain in the final. Baldorj having beaten her teammate Sendayush Serenadmid, the number 1 seed here. Defeated her in the quarter-final. Now I'm going to get past Vickers. Vickers looking to go left-sided there, but blocked by Baldorj. Uchimata, not a bad effort there from Baldorj, just lost control of the hands. Really needed that left arm of Vickers to be pulled across her body. Lost control of that, so didn't come up with the score. Oh, a strong effort from Vickers, but almost countered by Baldorj. Another one that may end up in golden score here. Good contest, nicely balanced between this pair. Vickers had the best of the chances though, and that was in Nevaza with the attempted Sangaku Gatami turnover. Baldorj has had a couple of efforts at Uchimata, and there's another one that goes begging there. Maybe Haraigoshi couldn't see as the bodies collapsed. Well, we are going to have golden score, the last of the contest in this first part of the competition goes into golden score. Because he's going to slow things up a little bit by having to completely redo her belt. Baldorj is ready to go, although her belt doesn't look that well done up, does it? It'll come undone in any minute. Oh, chance there for the combination. Sold her with the Uchimata at first, and then could have gone behind for the Kosodagari, maybe even Taniotoshi. 2 attacks at Uchimata there from Baldorj. I really think she's got a chance there with this Uchimata Kosoto combination. Not from that grip though. Needs to get both hands on Vickers. Can't hang around here and then start playing around. It's in golden score. Not quite. But the problem for Baldorj now is that She's falling behind the tempo of the contest. It's Vickers now who looks the more positive of the two. Got to come up with a big attack here now, Baldorj. Back to the Uchimata. It's not the right grip, though. Well, she still has a go. Not bad. Missed with the leg. Straight back on the Uchimata again. It's untidy, but at least she's throwing something in. She needs a better grip now and one more big attack. But it's Vickers who looks better placed to come up with an attack. And she does with the Kosotogari, but not strong enough. And there's Baldorj again, just turning in to go left-sided. Vickers with a chance to go over. And unable to. Left Uchimata. Well, if they give the penalty to Vickers, I think it would be a little bit unfair. But if they give a penalty to Baldorj, I think we completely wouldn't be able to understand it. She attacked there with the Uchimata. There's got to be Vickers then, and she's been in it, but maybe not enough. Yeah, and it is. It is really, I mean, there's so little space in there, and it was really unfortunate. Baldorj isn't hanging around. Vickers is, and it's unfortunate that it came out that way. Okay, let's have a quick rundown of the lineup for the medal contests. In the under 48 kilo category, Melanie Clement and Noah Minsker will battle it out in the final of the under 48 kilo category. In the under 52 kilo category, Adia Sambu Solman faces Alexandra Starkova. In the under 57 kilo category, Safo Choban comes up against Arleta Podolak, a chance for the Polish home team to take a gold medal if they can get past Safo Choban. And then in the under 63 kilo category, Baldorj and Chinky Meg just winning out there over Jennifer Vickers. It'll be Isabel Puche of Spain to face Baldorj. We'll be back in about 40 minutes from now, but from everyone here in Warsaw, bye-bye for now.